All right, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to an emergency meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Miss Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There is one case on this morning's calendar. We have another case this afternoon. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If they choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is case number 20 CIT 00568, Abigail Room, license number 107468. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee and its attorney for this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Chung, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Adams, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Quinte, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Peru, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Brashears, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a summer suspension hearing. I would ask that the parties please identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the government, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Walter Adams. I'm representing the District of Columbia. Appearing with me is Ms. Janica Jordan, who is a Rough Fellow and law clerk for the Office of the Attorney General.
Ms. Jordan, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please, and spell and state your name, please.
Janica Jordan, J-I-K-Jordan, and I'm a law clerk with
I'm good. Mr. Adams, good morning. Do you have any potential witnesses that you would call in this case? Could you also identify them too, please?
Yes, we do have potential witnesses. We do have preliminary matter, but we do have potential witnesses. They are investigators Peru, Brashears, and Puente.
Well, let's have them just introduce themselves for the record, so we'll have a full record. So I'll start with Supervisor Investigator Peru.
Morning, Chair. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru with ABRA.
Mr. Peru, can you please spell your name, please?
Sorry. J-S-O-N-P-E-R-U.
Thank you. Supervisor Investigator Brashears, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Supervisory Investigator Mark Brashears, M-A-R-K. The last name is B-R-A-S-H-E-A-R-S.
Mr. Puente.
Investigator Kevin Puente, K-E-V-I-N-P-U-E-N-T-E.
Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
David Chung, C-H-U-N-G. Chairperson Anderson, I can handle this myself, but counsel has not been added to the meeting.
All right, that's fine. All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chung. All right. Mr. Adams, you said that there is a a preliminary matter. What's the preliminary matter that you have, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In this case, a summary suspension hearing wherein the licensee of this case has requested a hearing today. After some negotiations, we are able to present to the board an offer in compromise, a proposed offer in compromise. And just before today's hearing started, we sent the written terms to the board. Of course, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready and willing to read the terms into the record.
I don't believe I briefly glanced at it, and I don't believe, based on the timing, I do not believe that all board members have had access to seats. Why don't you state what the terms of the OIC is, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are 12 terms to this offer in compromise. The first one is suspension. The respondent shall serve a 23-day suspension of his ABC license. The date of the 23-day suspension to be served shall be Thursday, Friday, February 18th, 2021 through Friday, March 12th, 2021, which includes time served during the summer suspension period. The ABC license shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Saturday, March 13th, 2021, provided all other applicable requirements in this offer in compromise have been satisfied by the respondent. Second, fine. Respondent shall pay fines in the amount of $1,000 within 120 days, which includes a $1,000 fine for the citation previously issued in case number 20-CIT-00568. 3, the third provision of masks. Except when eating or drinking while seated during a public health emergency, the respondent shall require that all owners and employees of the establishment wear a mask or face covering while present on the licensed premises, regardless of whether they are on duty. The respondent shall also require patrons during a public health emergency to wear masks or face coverings prior to entering or waiting in line outside of the licensed premises while traveling to use the restroom or until they are seated and eating or drinking. 4, locked doors. Respondent shall not lock his front doors or main entrance to the premises if respondent is open for business, including private events, and patrons are present inside the establishment. When patrons are present inside the establishment, the rear door shall remain unlocked from the inside. 5, music and entertainment. Respondent shall not offer live music or entertainment, including disc jockeys, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, Mayor's Order 2020-119, and in accordance with the board's notice of 9th emergency rulemaking. The respondent shall only offer recorded or background music that is played at a conversational level that is not heard in the homes of district residents. 6, operating hours. Respondent shall not sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past 10 p.m., but may operate for patrons until midnight during any day of the week while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, Mayor's Order 2020-119, in accordance with the board's rulemaking. 7, dining activities. Respondent shall only serve food and alcoholic beverages to patrons seated at tables while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-119, in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Tables shall be placed so that patrons in different parties are placed at least 6 feet apart from one another, with no more than 6 patrons per table. Respondent shall have a menu in use containing a minimum of 3 prepared food items available for purchase and shall require patrons to purchase 1 or more prepared food items per table. Patrons shall not be permitted to walk around the establishment with food and or alcoholic beverages. 8, bar activities. Respondent shall not seat patrons at indoor or outdoor bars that are being staffed or utilized by a bartender. Patrons shall not be permitted to stand at an indoor-outdoor bar to order food or alcoholic beverages. 9, contact tracing system. Respondent shall implement a reservation system by phone, online, or on site, and keep customer logs to facilitate contact tracing by DC Health. 10, capacity. Respondent shall limit its indoor capacity to no more than 25% of the lowest indoor occupancy load or seating capacity on its certificate of occupancy, excluding employees in outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-119 or Mayor's Order 2020-175, whichever applies, in accordance with the board's rulemaking. 11, social distancing walkthrough. Prior to lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage license, an ABRA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed establishment with respondent to evaluate the establishment's compliance with the district's social distancing requirements. This evaluation shall include an assessment of the respondent's compliance with Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, and 23 DCMR Section 810.2. 12, show cause. This offer and compromise upon acceptance by the board, constitutes resolution of the matters encompassed by the above referenced case number. Mr. Chairman, those are the provisions and terms that are being proposed for the parties offering compromise.
Mr. Adams, just for us to have a clear record, why can you just give us some facts? Why is it? What brought us here? What brought us to this hearing today, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This case is a case involving violations of the district's COVID, the emergency rulemaking, the board's emergency rulemaking, and the mayor's order as they relate to the current COVID emergency. Essentially, what happened here is that in September 19th of last year, the establishment, the investigators went to the establishment and noticed multiple violations, including patrons who were not wearing masks and people who were not distancing and loud music at the establishment. At that time, because it was ABRA's first contact with the establishment during the public health emergency, they were issued a verbal warning. Then October 31st, again, ABRA investigators went to the establishment. At the time, it was found at that time that once the investigators went inside, that the violation specifically was of the the alleged violation is regarding the food sales, where it wasn't clear that that all patrons were being served food within the establishment, and at that time, the investigators issued the citation that was previously mentioned in the amount of $1,000. And lastly, what brings us here today is that after after those prior two events on January 30th, investigators went to the establishment. They noticed that the front door was locked and the patrons were going through the back door. And it was alleged that once the investigators went inside, that the music was above the conversational level, that patrons were not wearing masks, that the patrons were not socially distanced, and some of the patrons were walking around with alcoholic beverages in their hands, and as well as the observation that, again, alleged observation of that the establishment was not serving food or could not present evidence that each of the tables were ordered food at the time. So that, as a result, that is why the investigators note those violations, and that is the basis for our current case, based upon the findings from January 30th and from the prior findings that, again, the concern that after repeated visit or after several visits that the establishment had not yet come into compliance. And so that brings us here today, where we have worked on this offer and compromise that encapsulates the changes. It's similar to what's been proposed for other establishments that have had similar situations where they have warning citations and then a third event.
So Mr. Adams, just in listening to you and reading, you're saying that this is in 5 months. There were 3 violations in 5 months, basically September, October, and January. And it's my understanding the factual situation in this case is that we were called to report an incident that was occurring, and in reviewing the offer and compromise, you're saying to me that this establishment will be, the government has agreed that this establishment will be open. Today is the 12th, and that the suspension there will be lifted tomorrow morning. So we're having a hearing today, and the suspension will be lifted tomorrow morning, and so therefore there's really no, the government is saying that there's no suspension.
Well, not really, Mr. Chairman. In fact, technically there has been suspension. On February 18th, the notice of summary suspension was served upon the establishment. And the establishment has not been, from reports from our investigators and also based upon statements from the establishment, in fact, the establishment has had no activity since February 18th. So in essence, it is a 23-day suspension. It's just that in this case that the establishment, for whatever for a reason, did not acknowledge service until this week. But in effect, to our knowledge, the establishment has had no operations for over 3 weeks, and I guess they can address that.
Now, you're saying that this notice was served on February 18th. Today is March 13, and that although this notice was served on February 18th, you're stating that the establishment did not acknowledge receipt of the notice until the week of March 10th, this week.
That's correct. That's correct. We the district received, I guess it's not till the next business day. There was an email that was received on March 9th, I believe at about 9:05 p.m. From the establishment requesting a hearing, and obviously the ABRA was not open until March 10th. So I guess officially that would have been on March 10th that the acknowledgement officially occurred.
All right. So we served this notice on February 18th. The establishment acknowledged receipt on March 10th, and the agency has an emergency hearing on March 12th, which is today, and the OIC is proposing that the establishment would be open on March 13th. Is that what I'm hearing, Mr. Adams?
Well, yeah. I mean, just clarify the service was the ABRA investigators attempted to serve physically, but the service was done electronically via email on February 18th. And yes, that based upon the proposals that we propose that the parties are proposing that the suspension ends today on March 12th, and that they'd be able to resume provided that a successful walkthrough is completed by tomorrow.
And so it's also the recommendation of the government that there will be no follow-up show cause hearing, that if the board agrees to accept this OIC today, this matter is over, and that's the recommendation of the government?
That's the recommendation of the government. The basis for that is that we believe that because of the nature of this being where all the observations that have been made have been based upon the lack of a better term, the mayor's order and the board's emergency rulemaking, that there are no other violations of that we're aware of the rules and the laws and regulations that apply to the establishment. So as a result, we have no knowledge of there being potential show cause charges in the future. So yes, that's our recommendation on this, Chairman.
And I just want to know, part of the charge is that the doors were locked, there was no social distancing, that once ABRA went in, that the folks fled the establishment, that no one was wearing masks, and that no one was wearing masks within the facility when the ABRA investigators went. And so those are factually in this case.
Well, in this case, the facts is that the front door was locked, that the back door, there was security staff at the back door who could open the door from the back, and that there, in terms of the patrons, many patrons were not wearing masks. Some patrons did indeed wear masks. But yes, other than that, Mr. Chairman, that your representation is accurate.
And can an establishment, while there are patrons, can they lock their doors?
No, Mr. Chairman, they're not supposed to lock their doors with patrons within the establishment. There was in this case, part of particulars is that there was an inspector from the Fire and Emergency Medical Services who was at the establishment along with the ABRA investigators and who issued a separate citation under their rules based upon the violations that they found at the establishment.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams by any of the board members? I'm hearing none. Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung.
I'm here. Sorry, I didn't want to leave it on not muted.
Well, I called your name 3 times, Mr. Chung, and I didn't hear you. So I want to make sure that you're there.
Sure.
So it's my understanding that there is, as reported by the government, that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise basically shortly said the suspension would be lifted as of 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, that there is a $1,000 fine paid within 120 days, for case number 20 CIT 00568, that there's, as per the mayor's order, that the establishment has to comply with the mask mandate, that the doors cannot be locked, that the music and there are provisions regarding music and entertainment. There's a provision regarding operating hours, and provision regarding dining activities, bar activities, contact tracing activities, capacity, social distancing, walkthrough, and that there will be no further action as a result of this if the board was to accept this OIC. Is that your understanding of the OIC, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you want to add before the board decides what decision to make?
No, just that the allegations brought by Mr. Adams are understood, and that we don't see a problem with complying with the mayor's orders and the OIC, and hopefully we'll be through this pandemic soon and we'll get back to normal. But we have no issues with compliance, and we don't feel as though it'll be a challenge for us. Thank you.
And doesn't the board member have any questions for Mr. Chung? All right, hearing none.
Chair, I just have one.
Yes, Mr. Short. Yes, Mr. Short.
I'd just like to ask Mr. Chung, does he know the ramifications of having locked doors while he has clients in his establishment?
Good morning, Mr. Short. I was expecting that question from you, given your history with the fire marshal's office. I do. In this situation, I believe I don't want to go to trial on the facts, but we do understand that. And in this situation, we were not open for business. We were closed. However, we don't need to get into the facts, but I do appreciate it. And we would not want to ever create a life and safety issue, because I know that's your main concern every time we come before the board.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna we have to think about this. So as chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CIT 00568, Abigail Room for the reasons cited pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 20 CIT 00568 Abigail Room for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting in the ABC conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meeting Act. We're taking this an advisement. I'm trying to figure out how best to do this. I would say that it's 11:15. We will come back on the record. Give us a minimum of 15 minutes to have discussion. If we need more time, we'll advise you. But give us till I'll advise you at 11:15. I'm sorry, at 11:30, where we are. Okay, so we're in recess until approximately 11:30. So I will advise the board members for us now to go into executive session to discuss this. All right, thank you. So we're off the record until 11:30. All right.
Good thing I didn't leave.
Mr. Sung, can you mute your mic, please?
All right, we're back on the record. I would like everyone who are able to, can you please start your video if you have a video. If not, we will move forward. All right. This is a matter of Abigail Room, case number 20 CIT 00568. An OIC was offered for the board's consideration, and the board has had an opportunity to consider the OIC, and so therefore I make a motion to the board that we reject the OIC. Is there a second? Who seconded the motion?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion before us. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board rejects the OIC 4-0. And the board has rejected the OIC because the board does not believe that the settlement is in the public interest. And secondly, the board does not believe that the OIC resolve the serious safety concerns that were brought in this case. Is the government ready to move forward on for this hearing?
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I hit the wrong button. Can the party, the district would like to request the board's indulgence for about 10 minutes. I just want to see if we can, the parties can discuss things momentarily.
It's 11:33. We can be off the record until 11:45. Would that be sufficient time for you?
Hopefully, yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we will we'll be off the record on we will reconvene at 11:45, and I will again advise. So we're off the record until 11:45, and the board will return to executive session. All right, thank you. All right, we're back in the record. Mr. Adams.
How are you doing, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Adams.
All right, so I think the parties are able to present a couple of amendments, orally, some amendments to the offer of compromise that was presented.
And what is that, what is that, Mr. Adams?
All right, so I think what we'll do, what the parties have discussed and are willing to have is the amendment of provision number 1 for suspension.
Okay.
So what it should read is respondent shall serve a 30-day suspension of his ABC license. The date of the 30-day suspension shall be served, shall be Thursday, February 18th, 2021 through Friday, March 19th, 2021, which includes time served during the summary suspension period. The ABC suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Saturday, March 20th, provided all other applicable requirements in this OIC have been satisfied by the respondent. And the other change will be on provision 12. Essentially, they'll just to change that out to that show cause, this matter will be referred to the Office of Attorney General for possible show cause proceeding.
Mr. Chung, do you have a camera, Mr. Chung?
I do. Chairman Anderson, can you see me?
No, no, sir. Yes, I can see you now. The government has proposed, as amended the terms of the OIC for a 30-day, I guess what I was told is a 30-day suspension that would extend through the 19th. I think that the business would open back up on the 20th. I'm sorry. So the 30-day suspension retroactive to February 18th, and that from February 18th through March 21st, and that I think am I correct that on 8 a.m. on March 20th, 21, that the business would the suspension would be lifted. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that
That's
yes.
correct.
And that term number 12 would be that this matter would be referred to the Attorney General for possible show cause proceeding. Is that your understanding, Mr. Chung, of the OIC?
It is.
All right. Unfortunately, because we're doing this remotely, I don't know where the board stands. So we have to go back in executive session to review this to see. All right, so we have to go back in executive session to discuss. I mean, in all seriousness, I appreciate the parties trying to work this out. I mean, the board is very concerned. We're all concerned, and we want to be fair to all parties involved. And so, in all seriousness, we have to discuss it. What's in the best interest of the public? What's also in the best interest? Well, what's in the best interest of the public of the District of Columbia?
I understand. I just want to let the board know that just from on our end, I understand the gravity of the situation. I don't think the board has will have any future concerns with this licensee. Frankly, we may just wait. So hopefully this pandemic is over, given the new news that came out and the president's address yesterday. So we understand the gravity of the situation.
I appreciate your representation, Mr. Chung. All right. So the board needs to go back in executive session to discuss this. So therefore, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CIT 00568 Abigail Room pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 20 CIT 00568 Abigail Room for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. It's 11:53. We will be off the record till 12 o'clock. All right. So if we need longer than 12 o'clock, I will advise the party, but we'll be off the record until 12 o'clock. So I now ask the board to go to executive session for us to discuss these new terms. All right. Thank you. All right. All right, we're back on the record. The government had proposed, again, this is case number, I apologize. This is case number 20 CIT 00568, Abigail Room, license number 107468, and this is a summary suspension hearing. The government had provided the board with an OIC for consideration. The parties had revised the OIC, and the revised OIC, the two terms, I think there's a suspension that stated that there was a 30-day suspension that would be effective from February 18th, 2021 through March 19th, 2021, and that the suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Saturday, March 20th, 2021, and term 12 of the OIC was changed where it clearly stated that this matter will be referred to the Office of the Attorney General for a show cause hearing. The board has considered the revised terms that was made, and I am going to make a recommendation to the board that the revised offer be accepted. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Mr. Adams, could you please send an updated version of the OIC to the agency so there will be no, to legal, so there will be no misunderstanding of the terms. So please send it's my understanding that the board was previously provided a signed copy of the first OIC. So I will ask that an updated version of the OIC be provided to the board, so when the order is written, the terms of the OIC with the signatures of the parties will be attached to the order, so there will be no misunderstanding. The board, I'm sorry, Mr. Adams, you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to clarify, make sure that, yes, it was signed before, but obviously Mr. Chung did on the record state that he accepted those terms. So I believe that shouldn't be a problem then. And
well, that's fine. But I'm just asking you to just send an updated version of it. If it can be, you can send an updated version just with the terms. And okay. With Mr. Chung, I need you to state on the record that you. I'm sorry. You know what? Let me do this over because I did something wrong. I didn't realize that. Mr. Chung, can you please appear on the camera, because I did something wrong. So procedurally, what I just did was incorrect. So I have to do this over. All right. So I have to take the vote back over. Mr. Chung, the terms of the revised terms of the OIC is that there will be a 30-day suspension, and the suspension should start on February the 18th, 2021 through March 19th, 2021. The suspension will be lifted at 8 a.m. on March 20th, 2021. And term 12 of the OIC is that this matter will be referred to the office of the Office of Attorney General for a possible show cause hearing. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise? I can't hear you, Mr. Chung.
It is.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise that was read on the record that be accepted. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0-0. I apologize that procedurally I did not do the vote correct the first time. So I thank you, Mr. Adams, for asking me more questions, and that reminded me that I did not bring Mr. Chung back into the proceedings for him to agree that he accepts the OIC. Just for efficiency purposes, that the agency had requested that you just send us a revised copy of the OIC, so they'll have that. All right. With that said, and I want to thank the parties for working this out. I mean, the district, we do take this serious, but I appreciate the fact that the parties were able to work and the parties were able to present an offer that the board believes that's in the public interest. All right, thank you. So we are now, the board will therefore be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask the board to return to executive session for further business. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Have a good weekend.
All right, thanks. All right, bye-bye.
Mr. Peru, you can go ahead and sign off. If you want to stay for, oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record, and as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the continuation of an emergency meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. The board members who are participating this afternoon are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and this is a quorum. We have one case this afternoon, and once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our afternoon case is case number 21. This is a summary suspension hearing on case number 21, CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern. License number 104710. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the government, the government's witnesses, and the licensee and his witnesses, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Asbeja, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Peru, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Louie, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. And Mr. Samuel, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, if you have a camera, can you please yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. All right. Let me have everyone introduce themselves for the record. I need everyone to say and spell their name. And let's start with the government.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is John Louie on behalf of the government. That's JOHNLUI. Thank you.
Mr. Louie, if this goes to a hearing, do you have any, is there anyone here with you?
Yes, there is. There are 2 investigators that will be presenting.
Can we be off the record for, let's pause. Give me 5 minutes. I apologize. I have to do something. We'll be off the record for 5 minutes. I apologize. Okay. I apologize. I have to take care of something, so I'm gonna, maybe in a couple of minutes, I'm probably gonna take another 5-minute break. So I apologize for that. I'm sorry, Mr. Louis, yes, as I said before, if there are any potential witnesses, who are those witnesses? Can you just identify them, sir?
Chairperson, are we back on the record?
Yes, we're back in the record. I apologize.
No worries. Yes, there are two investigators that will be testifying on behalf of the government. Investigator Rhoda Glasgow and Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru.
All right. All right. I'll have them identify themselves later on. Mr. Asbahe, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Eyob Asbah. Spelling is EYOB, and last name Asbah, ASBEHA.
All right. Do you have any potential witnesses, sir?
Yes, I have
And
a
who's
witness,
that?
Samuel Okbab. The Samuel
How do you
S-A-U.
spell the name? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, SAMUAEL. It's OKBAAB. Okbab.
All right. Thank you. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
What is that?
The government will not be presenting evidence from the January 27th, 2021 incident, which is located on page 2 of the amended notice of summary action. At this point, the government orally moves the board to amend the notice of summary action and to exclude testimony relating to the January 27th, 2021 incident. Well, the government will just be focusing on what occurred on January 29th, 2021.
Objection, sir. I would like the February 27 incident to be presented as the report says.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yes, I'm confused.
Hold on, Mr. Let me hear from the government. What charges were? I don't have the. I don't have the. Hold on a minute. Let me find the. We need to go off the record again for I apologize. Okay, so give me 5 minutes. Okay, I apologize. I have to take care of it. All right, hold on. I apologize. I have an emergency that I'm trying to deal with, but it's okay. I'm back. We're back on the record, and I should not have any further interruption. All right. Let me find the order because I'm somewhat confused because both the government and the applicant, they're not on the same page. I don't know what event. I know the government talked about a certain order, a certain incident, and the applicant is talking about a different date. So I just want to make sure that I know what it is. So let me find the order. Let me make sure I find the order. All right, so the government is saying that it is not, there'll be no reference to the January 27 incident, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
And so the only incident that this case will be about, is it just the January 29th incident that's in the order?
In the amended notice of summary action, yes.
Yes. Now, and the reason why I was confused because the licensee is talking about some incident in February. That's why I was confused. So I want to make sure that that the government, so there's agreement that the government and the licensee will amend the terms of the show cause order, that there will be no testimony on the event on January 27th, 2021, and that the only incident that we will hear testimony on is January 29th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, that is correct.
All right, Mr. Oswald, you was talking about some February date, so I'm confused. So what date in February are you talking about, sir?
It's not February, sir. I'm talking about the amended notice of summary action that was given to me. It says January 27 and January 29th. I was given that. And
right.
I'm confused also. 3 days ago, I don't know why it is amended notice. And the one that was given to me on January 9th and the one that's given me on February 9th and the one that's given me on March 9th is totally different, which is it's amended. I know that, but it stays from suspension. On the amended, it says the license has to be revoked. And
I think, Mr. Oswald, and I'm not your attorney, and I can't, but it's my understanding that when at least the amended notice that was written to you, it was just put in your notice that the government could move towards revocation of your license as a result of this hearing. So I think there was, at least when I signed these orders, it's my understanding it was just to put you on notice that depending on what decision that's made by the board today, that revocation could be a possibility. That's the difference with the amended order that you received, sir.
All right, thank you. But on the amended notice, it says January 27 and January 29th. It's still there. The January 27 is still there.
But that's fine. But from what I'm told by the government today, although the amended notice says January 27th and January 29th, that the only evidence that I will be accepting today are from January 21. That was what the government made the motion stating that they are amending the notice that there will be no testimony regarding January 27th. The only incident that the board will listen to today is whatever happened on January 29th, 2021 at approximately 11:15 p.m. That is the only incident that we will consider today. Is it clear to all? That's what I was told. That's what the parties agreed to. And so are we clear?
But I'm objecting that one because I wanted to present the January 27 as evidence because that's important for me.
All right. Do you guys want us to go off the record while the government and the applicant, I thought that both parties had agreed that they're going to drop the 27th. And based on what I'm hearing from the licensee is that he's not, although he said it was agreed, but it doesn't appear that he's in agreement.
I didn't agree on nothing, sir.
So where are we? Are we going to hear testimony on January 27th, or are we not going to hear testimony on January 27th?
The government will not be presenting evidence arising out of the January 27th incident, and the government has made an oral motion just to proceed on what had occurred on January 29th, 2021. And And just to be clear for the record, the licensee is objecting to that.
Yes.
And so it is, I think, to the board's decision now on how to proceed on the oral motion.
Well, I mean, well, the licensee has not agreed to the motion. So I thought that both parties had agreed to the motion. So therefore, since both parties have not agreed to the motion, then I'm gonna then, and Mr. Asbea, I just want to be clear. You want to present evidence about what occurred on January 27th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you want to present evidence on what occurred on January 27th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, with that said, I'm gonna make a motion to the board that we deny the motion by the government. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I am confused, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short,
denied. I don't understand it, so I'm denying.
Mr. Short, before I take the vote, the government made a motion, and we're voting whether or not we're going to grant or deny the motion that was made by the government.
Now that you made a claim, yes, I agree with the government.
All right. Mr. Cater.
I agree. Mr. Short, I agree.
What do you agree to, Mr. Short? I want to make sure that you're clear. So what is it that you're?
I'm agreeing to what the government just proposed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
I think there's, all right, I want to make sure the board is clear. The motion, the government made a motion. The government made a motion to not present evidence on the 27th. It is not a motion the licensee has agreed to. Because the licensee has not agreed to the motion, I am going to deny the government's motion because the licensee is not in agreement with the motion. If both parties had agreed, I would recommend to the board. Can everyone please put their microphone on mute, please? The government made a motion. It was my understanding when the government made the motion that both the government and the licensee was in favor of the motion to not present evidence on the 27th. The licensee has stated to me that he is not in agreement that he wants to present evidence on the 27th. And so therefore, because the licensee is not in agreement with the government's motion, I am going to deny, I'm making a motion to the board for the board to deny the government's motion. And that's what we're—
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to you, sir, with all due respect, can we please go into executive session and have this further explained to us? Because I've never heard this happen before since I've been on the board in 8 years. This is the very first time that someone's come in, because all the documentation I received about this case is for the 29th.
Hold on, Mr. Short.
Yes, thank you.
As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1. It is 1:59. We will be back. We will be we will be back. We will come back on the record at 2:10. So we'll be back on the record at 2:10. The board will go in executive session, and we'll be back on the public record at 2:10. All right, thank you. See you at 2:10. All right, we're back to the record. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, this is where we are. The government made a motion to exclude that they were not going to present evidence on January 27th. In this, I thought that the motion that the government was going to make was a joint motion. However, the licensee stated that he does not agree. It is not a joint motion, so he does not agree with the motion that's been made by the government. Because it's not a joint motion, I'm going to recommend to the board that the board deny the motion that was made by the government. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. So the government can elect or not elect to present evidence on the 27th. However, apparently the licensee will present evidence on the 27th, and the government cannot. At least the government can make objections, but not on relevancy issues. If they object to other terms, the board will consider the government's motion at some time if a motion is made. All right. This is a summary suspension hearing. Are there any other preliminary issues that need to be addressed? Mr. Levine? Mr. Asval?
No, sir.
All right. I'll give each side 5 minutes if they want to do an opening statement. Let's go with the government.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in the summary action matter of KISS LLC, trading as KISS Tavern, located at 637 T Street Northwest. The notice in this case was first issued as a summary suspension notice on February 9th, 2021. The notice was amended to reflect the full range of penalties in a summary proceeding under DC Code Title 25. This matter concerns the charge that the licensee's operations present an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. In accordance with DC Code Section 25826, this board summarily suspended the license of KISS Tavern because it determined, after an investigation, there was imminent danger. Specifically, the licensee is charged to have violated 23 DCMR Section 810, Mayor's Orders 2020-075, 2020-080, and 2020-119, rules put in place by the district government to stop the spread of the coronavirus. The evidence will show that on January 29th, 2021, at approximately 11:15 p.m., ABRA investigator Rhoda Glasgow entered the establishment in an undercover capacity. She was allowed inside by the licensee himself, Mr. Ayub Aspa. She was not asked to provide any information that would have allowed the establishment to maintain a contact tracing system as required by the mayor to help trace infections during the current pandemic. Also, the evidence will show that once inside the establishment, Investigator Glasgow observed patrons and staff walking around without face masks, patrons consuming alcoholic beverages after 10 p.m., staff serving alcoholic beverages in shot glasses after 10 p.m., patrons smoking hookah. More than 6 patrons seated at a table, and more than 25 patrons inside of the establishment. She also determined that the music was above a conversational level. In her undercover capacity, she was able to order 2 alcoholic beverages, but she was never provided with the required food menu. She was able to record these violations she witnessed around her with a video camera. The evidence will further show that Investigator Glasgow observed an employee rushing to put away shot glasses. She was able to actually secure one of her shot glasses as evidence. The next day back at the office, she tested the liquid using an alcoholic testing kit and confirmed that the shot glass contained an alcoholic beverage. Finally, the evidence will show that while ABRA investigators and MPD officers entered the establishment, Investigator Glasgow exited. Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru noticed that the back door was bolted and locked and asked the licensee to unlock it for the safety of patrons. Supervisory Investigator Peru also observed patrons in excess of the indoor capacity, alcoholic beverages sales, service, and consumption after 10 p.m., placement of indoor tables within 6 feet from one another, more than 6 individuals seated at a table, music above a conversational level, service of alcoholic beverages to standing patrons, patrons standing inside the bar, indoor bar, and wait staff not wearing masks, and a lack of social distancing amongst patrons. Thank you.
Mr. Aspa, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or do you want to make an opening statement when you, well, you know, do you want to make an opening statement now, or you want to do it later on when you present your case?
I'm not I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the procedures are. But with my experience, I would like to make an opening statement.
Yes. So yeah, go ahead, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. As you all know, I have been suspended. Can you hear me, guys? Yes. As you all know, I've been suspended for 35 days, and I asked my, which is ex-lawyer, to settle or ask for a hearing date right after the suspension, which is February 9th of 2021. And he said he's working on it until last Wednesday, which is March 3rd, last week. He said he withdrew from my cases and he won't be able to settle the case or ask for a hearing date for his own conflict of interest. I don't know what the reasons are. None of the other lawyers in the city are willing to represent me or help me with these cases. So I'm here today to represent myself. And I asked a hearing a date on March 4th, which is almost 8 days ago, to Miss Martha and to John Louis if they can give me a hearing date. And I got this like 2 days ago. So I will do as much as I can with this short period of time. I'm here today that I completely understand and how awful this time is. I've seen a lot of people lose their jobs, their lives because of this COVID-19. When we first opened on June 9th, from this pandemic around June, I was the only one to put a plexiglass to separate customers between the tables. And they all are 10 feet apart. And we completely blocked the whole bar with plexiglass like a bank. So nobody can interactions with any customers. And we never had a bartender staff behind the bar serving liquor. We put signs everywhere to make sure our customers and us follow all the CDC guidelines and the mayor's order. We put sanitizers in every table and make sure my employees and I wear masks. We also provide masks for customers. And exhibit, should I mention my exhibits now or later on, sir?
Later on. Your opening statement is just to say, from your perspective,
I understand. Okay.
Where we are today, what your evidence will support, and then you just give a short little summary at the beginning, and then later on, when you present your case, you can bring in your exhibits, and then, but you can say you're gonna introduce some exhibits and what they will show.
Okay. So we put sanitizers in every table and make sure employees and I wear masks. We also provide masks on the entry when they come in. Exhibit 4 will show pictures of the table and plexiglasses. I submitted all my exhibits like 2-3 days earlier before this, as soon as they gave me the hearing date. In addition to that, DOH came and did inspection on February 4th of 2021, right after the incident happened on January 27th and January 29th. And everything was inspected and approved that Keys Tavern is safe and is no danger for public. Exhibit 3 shows that DOI inspections attached on the file. The exhibit shows that the Inspector Joyce and Inspector Jamal came, did full inspection, and approved that Keys is safe. When we open back, even like it's a good example, a supervisor investigator, John Frantine, said how well I did with the place and the outdoor area seatings when we first opened back. And despite all the efforts I did, which is Exhibit 1, there's a list of establishments that shows the whole entire lounge, bars, restaurants, and clubs had been given verbal warning, written warnings, and fines, while Keys Tavern only sent to an AG without warning or any fines during COVID-19. Exhibit 1 will show the list of the establishments. Out of 80 or 60 establishments, I was the only one sent to AAG. The second thing I want the board to know is that our investigators are accusing me, targeting me, bullying, and threatening me that they can shut down my business.
Mr. Asper, remember, you're going to get an opportunity, sir, to present your case. An opening statement, as you heard, Mr. Louis just says he present evidence on the 29th and say this is what we're going to prove. So when you present your case, everything that you're saying, you can say that. This is just a short point to say. All right. Okay. Just want to. Yeah.
I'm gonna make it short, sir. Finally, I'm here today to ask the board that I'm really concerned about this coronavirus, and I'm really concerned about the safety and public of the public and safety and danger of the public and my establishment. I'm really worried, and I've been doing the same thing during the June when we opened back, and I've seen a lot of people lose their lives. I've seen a lot of people lose their jobs, and I've seen a lot of people close their establishments. And I'm sure I will be one of them. So I would like the board to give me a chance and make a fair judgment on that, since I've been suspended 1 month. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Louis, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the government would like to call Investigator Rhoda Glasgow.
Objection, sir.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
I've given my witnesses 48 years ago, and I've no any awareness of these witnesses, and they just put me send me an email an hour ago that they have witnesses and exhibits. I have not seen exhibits. I have not seen the witnesses list. They just sent me 11:45. I'm not ready to see that because I myself, not even a lawyer, sent them 48 hours earlier that what I have witnessed and my exhibits. So I object any witness concerned to this matter.
Mr. Louis, what are the guidelines regarding disclosure of documents for this hearing, sir? And did you comply with them?
This is a summary action proceeding. The hearing was requested by the licensee on Wednesday, and that the hearing was set today on Friday within, by statute, 48 hours. If this was a show cause proceeding and a different type of proceeding, we would have to send our exhibits 7 days prior to the hearing that has been set and scheduled. In this case, this is, again, a summary action proceeding.
Objection, sir. I asked you on March 4th, a week ago. So why does the OIG spend all the time to present their witnesses, which is an hour ago? Because I have an email attached to the Miss Martha and to Mr. John Louis that I want a hearing on March 4th, and they have a week to present their witnesses and the exhibit. And I did the same thing, like 48 hours earlier. So I will object the witnesses and the exhibit on this because I haven't seen any, I don't have time to see them. I'm not ready to see or ask the witness right now.
All right.
For the OAG.
Do you have anything else you want? Do you have any other comments you want to make, Mr. Louis?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on, on case number 21 CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number, we're not going to deliberate. I just need to seek legal advice from our counsel. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears in the motion as passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. It is 2:38. We will be back on the record at it is 2:28. We will be back on the record at 2:40. Thank you. I'll ask the board members for us to return to executive session. All right, we're back on the record. The government called its first witness, Miss Rhonda Glasgow. The licensee objected to the witness based on, he said that he was surprised and that he had provided his documents and witnesses to the agency in 48 hours, and the government did not do this. Chapter 25, 826. This hearing was brought under a summary suspension hearing under Chapter 25, Section 826. And 826C clearly states a licensee may request a hearing within 3 business days after service of notice of summary revocation, suspension, fine, or restriction of license. The board shall hold a hearing within 2 business days of receipt of a timely request and shall issue a decision within 3 business days after the hearing. And so because of this is an emergency and the rules require that within 3 days of the licensee being served, the board has to hold a hearing within 2 days after. So therefore, it would be impossible, as the applicant stated, that the documents and witnesses should have been provided to him in sufficient time for him to be on notice. And secondly, pursuant to 1713.10, which is the investigative report, the 1713.10 refers to the investigative report. It says the investigative report and attachments shall be part of the board's records, and it shall not be necessary for the parties to formally move for admission of the investigative report or portions of it into the evidentiary record. And Mr. Asper, did you receive a copy of the board's investigative report that talked about the events on the 29th?
Do I receive it? You mean?
Do you have a copy of the report, sir?
Of the suspension, summary suspension?
And
I have 2 ones.
Right. And what other information did you receive from the board regarding the event?
The board, but from the AG, I just get the amended notice of summary. A month ago, they had a chance to send me an email, and which they did to my ex-lawyer, and it was completely different. And I asked.
No, that's not the question I asked you, sir. Did you get a copy of the? You know why you're here today, right? You know that because you know what happened on the 29th.
Yes.
Is that correct? You know, on the 29th, so that you're here today.
I received that.
As you stated, yes. All right. Because this is an emergency hearing, you will provide a copy of the notice on the board order regarding the incident. This is one of the investigator that was involved in the matter. So it should not be a surprise to you that the board would be relying on its board report or one of the board's investigator. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to the board that we deny your motion and allow the government's witnesses, the government's documents, which are the board documents, and the investigators from the board, from the agency, that they testified, because it is not a surprise. It should not be a surprise to you that the board would have, the agency would have included its board determination. I'm sorry, the case file today and the investigators who were involved in this matter. So that's why I'm recommending to the board that we deny your request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Mr. Louis, call your first witness, and Ms. Glasgow, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ms. Glasgow, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
Ms. Glasgow, where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
About 2 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed APC establishments in the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with Kiss Tavern?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I visited the establishment on January 29, 2021.
What happened that evening?
At approximately 10:45 p.m., my supervisor, Jason Peru, advised me that he received a complaint regarding Kiss Tavern. The complaint detailed that the neighbors heard music in their residence and they can see patrons entering the establishment and without wearing face masks, and the door appeared to be locked. SI Peru stated that investigators Zolokoffer and Puente monitored the establishment and substantiated that what the complaint stated. And SI Peru asked if I was comfortable entering the establishment on an undercover capacity, and I agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I approached the establishment. I stood in the line. I stood approximately behind 4 individuals. As I approached the line, 4 more individuals stood directly behind me. There was a male individual banging on the door, trying to get the attention from someone inside to open the door.
Were these individuals in front of you and behind you wearing face masks or facial coverings?
I can't remember the individuals in front of me, but the individuals behind me were not.
And then what happened after that?
We waited approximately 5 minutes before someone opened the door. When the door opened, it was Mr. Espeja. He started letting us in. While the first group of individuals were entering the establishment, there was some money exchange between one of the male patrons and Mr. Espeja. When I approached Mr. Espeja to enter the establishment, he said that it was $20 to get in. I responded saying I thought it was free, and he said no, the patrons ahead of me paid $20. At that point, we were trying to get into how I can get in without paying the $20, and someone behind said something really loud, and it drew his attention away from me. And he asked if I was with the individuals behind, and I stated yes, and that is when he let me in the establishment.
Was any information collected from you?
He asked to see my ID.
And anything else for contact tracing purposes?
No.
And were you searched?
No.
Was there a security guard present?
No.
And then you entered into the establishment, right?
Yes.
And then what did you observe when you entered into the establishment?
As I entered the establishment, I saw a group of more than 6 sitting at a table. I saw patrons at the bar area. I saw people walking around not wearing face masks. I saw alcoholic beverages on tables with shot glasses. I saw individuals smoking hookah, and the music was above a conversational level. And I did not see any food on any of the tables.
And again, what time was this?
When I entered the establishment, it was approximately 11:15 p.m.
And then what happened after that? After you made these observations?
So I continued walking through the establishment towards the back. I was trying to make contact with my supervisor, but I couldn't call, well, I couldn't hear him because the music was really loud. So I went to the restroom where I was able to speak with him and advise him of what I saw.
And then what happened after that, after your conversation with your supervisor?
He advised me to get enough evidence, pictures, videos of what was going on. And he said if it, to blend in, if I am being watched, I should purchase some alcohol.
And then what happened after that?
So I exited the bathroom and I walked out, walking through the establishment, taking more videos and taking more photos. And I stopped at the bar area. And at that point, I saw Mr. Esbeja speaking to the server. And they were looking at me. And the server approached me and she asked if I needed anything. And at that point, I asked her for a rum and coke.
And then what happened?
And then she said that we are not serving rum and coke. The only thing that we're serving is shots.
And then what happened?
I said, what type of shots do you have? And she said, I have Patron. And I told her that will be fine.
And then what happened?
Then she said, we need to go back to your table. So I followed her back to she asked me where I was sitting. And I pointed to a table in the front, close to the front entrance. And we walked over there. When I got there, she asked for my credit card and my ID to purchase the Patron.
And did you purchase the Patron?
Yes, I did.
And then what happened?
She came back about 5 minutes later with the Patron and a receipt, and I asked her for my ID and my credit card, and she said she is going to keep it.
And then what happened after that?
I left the drink on the table. I did not drink it at that time, and then I was taking more photos and more videos of what was going on. And then I saw Mr. Esbeja speaking to the server again, and this time he was pointing at me, and the server came up to me and asked who I was there with. And I told her I was waiting on some friends and I was taking videos and photos to let them know that the party was still going on. And at that point, I just took the drink so she wouldn't ask me any more questions. And at that point, she walked away.
What did it taste like to you?
Alcohol.
How do you know it was alcohol?
Personal experience.
After you took the shot, what happened after that?
I started recording more videos and taking more pictures of what was going on in the establishment. I was walking up and down to get proper videos. And then I ordered another Patron, another shot.
And then what happened?
She brought it to me. And at that point, she brought back my ID and my credit card. And I left the shot on the table while I was taking more videos and taking more pictures.
And then what happened after that?
After that, I held the drink in my hand while walking through the establishment, recording with the drink in my hand to determine that I was actually there with the drink being served after 11 p.m.
And then what happened?
At that point, my supervisor texted me and to let me know that they were approaching the establishment. So I went back to my seat and waited until they arrived.
And then when they arrived, what happened after that?
So they told me they were outside. And at that point, I heard barking. The establishment has two entrances. There's one on T Street and one is Florida Avenue. I heard the barking on Florida Avenue. And then the barking transferred over to the bar area. And then from the bar area, which is in the middle of the establishment. And then from the bar area, the barking continued towards the entrance on T Street. And then at that point, the lights came on and an individual started walking around with a black bin, picking up glasses from tables.
And then what happened?
The individual approached me and said that I need to drink to drink my drink and hand him the glass. So I put it to my mouth and I told him I can't drink it. It's really strong. You need to come back. And he said, okay. And at that point, I saw MPD coming in and my team as well was coming in. It was in the establishment.
Okay, and after they entered, What happened next?
After they entered, I secured the evidence and I exited the establishment.
And where did you go?
I went back to the office, the Abra office.
Investigator Glasgow, I'm showing you what has been marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. Board's indulgence, I'm just sharing my screen here. I'll give you a moment to let me know when you can see this document.
I can see it.
Investigator Glasgow, what is this document?
This is my investigative report.
And what is the investigation number?
21-CMP-00008.
And when was the date of occurrence?
January 29, 2021.
Did you sign this case report?
Yes, I did.
Did you create this case report?
Yes, I did.
And there are photos attached to this case report. Did you take these photos?
Yes, I did.
Is this the fair and accurate? Is this the fair and accurate representation of the case report that you created from an incident occurring on January 29th, 2021?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government would like to move what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1 for into evidence.
Well, Mr. Louis had stated earlier, pursuant to 1713.10, the government does not have to officially move this document into evidence because it is a part of the record, but I will so move. I will so move it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you.
Investigator Glasgow, I'm directing your attention to what's been one of the exhibits, Exhibit 3 of the case report. Can you see this
Yes.
picture? What do you see in this photo? Or what do you see in this document?
The document depicts individuals standing in the middle of the establishment. It shows individuals on the right, on the left. It seems like it's more than 6 to a table. And yeah, there's a lot of individuals in there.
Okay. Investigator Glasgow, I am now directing your attention to Exhibit 6 of the case report. Let me know if you can see this document.
Yes, I can.
Okay, what do you see in this? What do you see in this photo?
Again, individuals standing, walking around. To the right, I see someone, a female individual standing behind the bar. And to my left, I see individuals sitting at a table with more than 6 to a table.
Is this female employee wearing a mask?
No.
I am now moving on to Exhibit 7.
Which female are you talking about? Objections. Which female?
What's the nature of your objection?
He say the female will not wear a mask. Which one is that?
Can Mr. Louis, can you
I can't see.
have the witness specifically address what female that's been addressed?
Investigator Glasgow, looking at, again, this Exhibit 6, you testified that there is a female behind the bar area.
Yes.
And then...
That's not the bar area. Excuse me.
Hold on, Mr. Espa. Let him finish first. And then let me hear, and then I'll rule on it.
All right.
And could you describe what you observe in this photo?
I observed individuals standing, walking around. I observed an individual behind the bar, and a female individual behind the bar, and then I observed individuals on the left sitting with more than 6 to a table.
Now, focusing on that bar area, what else do you observe in that? I would guess the right side of the photo. Just focusing on the right side of the photo.
The female appears to be pouring something or holding something in her hand. I am not sure what it is. But I see individuals standing at the bar.
And looking closer at the photo, does it appear that she's wearing a face mask?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions about this exhibit.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to move on to Exhibit 17 of the case report. Board's indulgence as I scroll through. There's several photos here. Investigator Glasgow, what is this document?
It's a certificate of occupancy.
What is the occupant load on the certificate of occupancy?
99.
What is the significance of the occupant load of 99?
As per the mayor's ordinance, establishment ought to be operating with a 25% capacity.
And then I'm going to go back up to Exhibit 16. What is this a photo of?
It's a photo of more than 25% of the establishment occupancy load.
And just going on to Exhibit 19 of the case report. What is this document?
There's a picture of me holding one of the glass of Patron that I ordered.
I'm moving on to Exhibit 21. What is this a photo of?
And this is a photo of the other glass of Patron that I ordered.
Did you consume? Could you describe is the one on the left the one you consumed?
Yes.
Okay. And then the one on the right is the one secured as evidence?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 22. What is this document?
Those are purchase receipts of the Patron that I ordered.
What time did you make the first purchase?
The first purchase, I purchased it at 11:22 p.m.
And then when was the second purchase?
11:26 p.m.
I am proceeding to Government Exhibit 24. What is this document? What is this a photo of?
That is a photo of the alcohol testing kit that we use to test the alcohol. That is the description of how to use the testing kit.
And how does the testing kit work generally?
When you dip it in the liquid, if it is alcohol, it will turn a dark color.
I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 26 of the case report. I'm going to flip the screen for your indulgence here. Could you describe what you see in this photo?
We tested 3 substances. We tested Gatorade, water, and the evidence that I left with, the Patron. And the water and the Gatorade did not turn a dark color. The testing strip did not turn a dark color. However, the alcohol that I brought back as evidence did.
And just going on to Exhibit 28 of the case report.
She said we. Can she specify who's we?
Mr. Bear, if you have an objection, just say I have an objection. I will stop.
Objection.
And I'll ask what's the nature of your objection, sir?
She said we. Can she describe who's we? Is it 1 person, 2 person, and can she mention the name?
All right, Mr. Louis, can you maybe rephrase the question so the witness can be more specific when she answers the question, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Glasgow, on when you were testing the substance, who was with you?
My team, Investigator Zola Coffer, Investigator Puente, and Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru.
Miss Glasgow, can you please, for the record, spell Investigator Zola Coffer's name, please, if you're able to?
Sure. Jeremy, Jeremey, Zola Coffer, Zollallar, Coffer.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Investigator Glasgow, directing your attention to Exhibit 28 of the case report. What is this the photo of?
This is a photo of the Patron that we tested. You clearly see that the strip turned dark.
Board's indulgence here. I'm going to switch to what's been marked as what I'm going to show as Government Exhibit 2. It's a video. Just bear with me just a moment here as I set this up and share screen. Now, Investigator Glasgow, do you see, is this appearing on your screen?
Yes, it is.
And board members, this is appearing on your screen?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you. Investigator Glasgow, do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What is this video?
This is a video of inside of the establishment while I was there, of patrons walking around, patrons standing, smoking hookah, and alcohol clearly visible on the tables.
Smoking hookah. Did you record this video?
Yes, I did.
When did you record this video?
January 29, 2021.
And approximately what time was this video taken?
Between 11:15 and 11:30 p.m.
Now, is this a fair and accurate representation of the video that you recorded on the evening of January 29th, 2021, approximately 11:15 to 11:30?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government will now move Government Exhibit 2, the video that Investigator Rhoda Glasgow took into evidence.
Is this a part of the case report or is this a separate exhibit?
This is board's indulgence. Let me pull up the case report one more time.
I'm asking for a specific reason.
Yes. It would be number 20 of the exhibits attached to the case report. Videos of
So it is a part of the case report.
Now, whether or not it appears it is a part of the case, it says videos of patrons inside of Kiss Tavern. So it is a part of the case report.
And as I stated before, pursuant to 1713.10, it doesn't have to be formally moved in the record. So it is a part of the record. All right. So it is a part of the record. Go ahead, Mr. Louis.
Thank you. And noted for, there are two more videos that I will be presenting and noted for these next videos that I will skip that.
No, Mr. Louis. If it is a part of the case report, I don't know. So you have to then you have to let the board know that the video is a part of the case report. And I'm doing this for a specific reason, Mr. Louis. I remember we started off that Mr. Asba was objecting to witnesses testifying. And so therefore, to ensure that we have a clean and clear record, I want to make sure that the record is clear that if documents or witnesses are being moved into evidence, I want it to be clear that because of these documents like the case report and the exhibits that are attached to the case report pursuant to 1713.10, they are automatically a part of the record. So if there are exhibits that then you just inform the board that this is already a part of the case report. If it's not, then you can make a motion for me to move it. And I'm doing this to make sure that if this matter does not end here, that we have a clear record. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The next video that will be shown is Exhibit 20 of the case report. It is another video that Investigator Glasgow took. Just board's indulgence here while I publish it. Investigator Glasgow, can you see this video?
Yes, I can.
What is in this video?
It's a recording of myself in the shot. Is basically to establish that I was there. I purchased an alcoholic beverage in the establishment.
Did you record this video?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when did you record this video?
Between 11:15 and 11:30 p.m.
What else do you observe in this video?
Patrons standing, walking around, standing at the bar area.
And do you observe anything else?
From this shot, patrons, no, not from this angle. It's actually patrons sitting on the table on the left here, it seems to be more than 6 to a table.
Objection, sir.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
Investigator kept saying seems to be. She's not sure if there's 6 people. She didn't make any count on each table. We make sure everybody's 6 on the one table. She's been saying that 3 times. She seems to be. She's not sure if the table has 6 or 8 or 4 or 2. And
Mr. Asbear, when you're going to have an opportunity to cross-examine her, so you can point that out. I mean, you can bring that up when you cross-examine her, sir. Okay. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Liu.
Okay, and I'm board's indulgence. I'm going to share one more video here that and again, it's Exhibit 20 of the case report video. Investigator Gasco, do you see this video?
Yes, I do.
And what do you observe in this video?
Again, patrons standing, walking around, standing at the bar area. Clearly sitting at the bar, smoking hookah, walking around without face mask.
What else do you observe?
More than 6 to a table.
And did you record this video?
Yes, I did.
How did you record this video?
I recorded it with my Abra assigned cell phone.
And did you make any observations from this video? What else do you observe from the video?
More than the patrons sitting at the bar, walking around, not wearing face mask, smoking hookah.
Mr. Chairperson, I have no further questions for Investigator Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Asbaugh, you have an opportunity now to cross-examine her on her testimony. If for some reason you need to refer to exhibits from the case report, I would ask Mr. Louis if he could share his screen so we could have those documents back on screen. Okay? All right, you're a witness, sir.
You mean my question or my witness?
I'm sorry?
You asked me to ask a question to the witness, or?
This is your opportunity to cross-examine her. So if you have any questions of her, of the testimony she just gave, you can do that now, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On the report, Mr. Investigator Glasgow, you said there was 25 people, patrons inside.
That is correct.
And my CFO says I can have 25 people.
You see, according to the mayor's ordinance, you can have 25% of your total occupancy.
How much is 25% of the CFO?
25% of your 99 is 25.
So that shows that there's only 25 people that you count over there. It can be 26, it can be 27, it can be 24.
That is correct.
Do you have a clicker? Did you have a clicker on that time when you count the people?
I did not have a clicker, but I did count.
All right. When you say when you come in, you saw girls behind you wearing no mask.
That is correct.
And on your report, you said, I let them in.
That is correct.
Did you see the individuals come in?
When I was walking in the establishment, I turned around and I saw one of the girls was walking in, yes.
Did you have a proof of that?
No, I do not. That is what I saw.
All right. On your report, especially on the exhibit 20, under 25, I don't know if you can play that. You say mask, but the report shows there was people standing or working out with a mask. It clearly shows that. So I would like the board to know that the exhibit itself shows that the individuals wearing a mask was there.
What exhibit is that?
The exhibit 25 or 25, the video that I don't know if Mr. Louis can play that for me.
Are you able to Show Exhibit 25 off the case report, Mr. Louis.
Board's indulgence here. Let me.
The part that shows the bar and the part that shows people walking in, working out, trying to work out.
So Exhibit 25 of the case report is this. It's of the testing kit and the alcohol testing. But I will scroll up, and you can just tell me when to stop.
I'm talking about the videos.
Oh, the video.
Yes.
There were 3 videos. Was it the first, the second, or the third?
I think it's the first. I mean the second.
Okay.
And I would like to see the third too. If you don't mind playing the whole thing, I wouldn't mind. So I can ask her. I don't have to go back and forth with you.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Thank you.
This is the second video. Board's indulgence here as I share screen. Could you let me know if you can see the video?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
On what's behind you? Do you see a glass or plexiglass?
Yes.
Did you see that in every table?
From this shot, no, I can't see it on every table.
But have you seen that every table has a plexiglass dividing to the tables?
I see 2 plexiglass right now in this shot.
On your video, it shows that the whole entire place is covered by plexiglass and the bar is blocked by plexiglass. Did you see that?
In this particular shot that you reference, I only see 2 plexiglass.
On your investigation report, when you were walking around with your video, it shows that every table is 10 feet apart. Every table has a plexiglass dividing the customer. And while you said that there was people standing by the bar, but there was no bartender staff. And on your report, on the video, it shows that the bar was blocked by a plexiglass, so you cannot have any interactions with the staff member. And on your evidence, it shows everything that the place, and as owner, me, was concerned about the plexiglass and the 6 feet rules that it has. On a video that you
Mr. Asper,
is there a question?
Are you asking a question, sir?
Ask it. On your video, can you see there's signs that says 6 feet apart on the floor? On the floor, that yellow, back. Can you back, please? Yep. On the floor, it says, can you see that the place has signs that say 6 feet apart?
Is that a question?
Yes. Did you see that the place has signs? Did you see the place has sanitizers? Did you see the place has the mayor's order that we follow? Did you see anything?
I cannot recall seeing 6 feet on the social distancing stickers on the floor. I can only recall for seeing the hand sanitizer on the table where I sat.
How big is 6 feet, Investigator Glasgow?
I'm sorry?
How big is 6 feet? How do you measure it? Did you measure the table when you come in? Did you have a tape?
I did not have a tape with me, no.
How do you know it's 6 feet? Can you explain to me how 6 feet big is?
Personal observation, 6 feet would not look like chairs seated close together.
So each, I don't know. There's one question here. I'm have another question too. It says on your report you came in before after 10.
Yes, I did.
Do you have a proof that shows that you come before 10 or after 10?
I have the receipts of my alcohol purchases that were purchased after 11 p.m.
can the receipts be printed out after 10 o'clock?
I'm sorry?
When you close out, did you ask for a receipt?
I received my receipt as I received my drink.
Do you think that those receipts can be the closed receipts? You can order them before 10, you can do them at 9 p.m. And when you ask a receipt, don't you think that it is the time that's closing? That's when you close the tab?
I cannot testify to how you operate your establishment when it comes to receipts, sir. I cannot do that. I cannot testify to that.
Okay, on your report says that you, Kevin Punte, and investigator Trevor Crow, that you tasted the liquor on the lab. Is that correct?
I drank the first glass that I ordered, yes.
Can you explain the relationship that you have with Mr. Punte, investigator Punte?
Excuse me, I didn't hear what you said.
Can you explain that the relationship that you have with Mr. or investigator Kevin Punte?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance is, sir, back.
Mr. Chairperson.
Hold on, I don't know where we're going, so I'm trying to explain because I don't know where we're going. He just asked her.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Yes, Mr. Esbah, what do you think?
She said she took the liquor and tasted it in lab when she went with Mr. Kevin Punte or investigator Kevin Punte. And investigator Glasgow, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it how do you pronounce the vocal? I don't. So, we have a literally issue, and I have a complaint to the mayor's office about investigator Punte that he was harassing me, and I sent it to the mayor's office.
But
I'm gonna come to your conclusion. So there's a conflict of interest here. She took that lab to taste it, and which is, I don't know if it's a husband or a fiance, the relationship they have. She tasted it and proved it that the alcohol is, the lab confirmed that it's alcohol on the report.
But Mrs. Esbah, she testified that she bought 2 drinks. She testified that based on her personal knowledge, the first drink she had was alcohol, and she testified that she took the second drink to the office and tested it. But even if the drink was taken, I'm going to deny that on relevancy. I'm not going to. Please, and let's move on. Let's move on. I'm going to sustain the objection, and please let's move on. It's not relevant. You asking about Mr. Puente, it's irrelevant, sir. Move on, please.
So, from your experience, can I continue? Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
On your experience, on the report you said, or on your investigation said, Investigator Glasgow, that you have experience drinking. Was it experience while you were at work? Is that what it is?
What's the question?
On your report, on your witness today, you said have experience of liquor. That, because we've only experienced that you say it's liquor.
Yes, my personal experience, when I tasted it, it was alcohol.
So does it mean that you have experience drinking at work?
I was advised by my supervisor in an undercover capacity that I can consume the alcoholic beverage.
So every time your investigator or your supervisor asks you to do or drink alcohol, you will do so. Is that what you're saying?
I can't answer that question.
Relevance.
been like investigating while you've been working. That's the relevance. I'm not a
I'm
lawyer.
I'm just, if you can answer the question, answer the question. If you can't answer the question, you can't, and just move on. If you can answer the question, I'm going to deny.
The question.
I'm going to overrule this objection. Ms. Glasgow, if you can answer the question, answer it. If you cannot, you can't answer the question.
On the incident of January 29, 2021, my supervisor advised me that I can consume the alcoholic beverage to blend in while I was in an undercover capacity.
Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, she answered your question, sir. Go ahead.
So, like I said, when your supervisor asks you to drink, that means the 2 shots can make you drunk and make you on your judgment be not the right thing on my end. So myself, I don't even drink when I'm working.
Objection. There's no question.
Yeah, Mr. Asba, let's move on. Yeah, if you have a question for the witness, please ask the question. If not, let's move on, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to explain that working or drinking while you're at work will cause your judgments and your reports. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to
all I'm saying, sir, if you have a question to ask, you ask her a question. That's all I'm saying. If you have a question, ask the question, and if she can answer it, she can answer it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, before you approach Keith Tavern, how was it possible that you can come? Is it on the report that says you guys hear a sound?
We got a complaint that from your neighbors that they were hearing music in their residence, and there seems to be patrons going in the establishment without face masks, and the doors appear to be locked.
Do you call for backup or for police officers, MPD?
My supervisor asked me to enter the establishment in an undercover capacity, and that is what I did.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Glasgow by the board? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Glasgow, for your testimony. Or thank you very much. Mr. Louis, do you have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
And who's the witness, please?
Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you're a witness. Mr. Peru, go speak into the microphone. Your voice was somewhat faint, okay? All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Louis.
Mr. Peru, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, JASONPERU.
How long have you been a supervisory investigator?
Supervisory investigator for 2 years.
And were you an investigator prior to that?
I was.
And could you tell me again, just for the record, the agency in which you were employed?
I have been at ABRA for a total of 8 years, and I have 10 years in Las Vegas as a police officer.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a supervisory investigator?
I manage a team of 5 investigators who conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licenses in the District of Columbia.
Is Rhoda Glasgow one of the investigators that you supervise?
She is.
Are you familiar with Kiss Tavern?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I have been to the establishment while working.
Do you recall an incident from January 29th, 2021?
I do.
What happened that evening?
I received, as I do often, anonymous calls on the ABRA hotline. and this call was related to Kiss Tavern, and I believe is reference to hearing noise, and they even went as far as saying they saw people entering the establishment and looked like the doors may have been locked. And that call came in, so that's when I initiated the investigation.
And then what happened after that? What were your steps?
Well, I contacted, complaints come in all the time, so obviously we have to look into everything that comes in. So I instructed two of my investigators to go and monitor the establishment to see if the complaint was valid. A, if they could hear any noise, and B, if they saw anybody going in and out, and if the door appeared to be locked.
And who were these two investigators that you directed?
I sent Investigator Puente and Investigator Zolakov there.
And then what happened after that?
After they were monitoring for some time, they called me and told me that it looked like there was someone standing outside, knocking on the door to get it to be unlocked and open, and then allowing patrons to go in. And they saw this occurring for some time. I can't remember if it was a 15-20 minute time lapse or not, but they did see that. So they notified me of their observations.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, being that there has been a number of complaints against this location, and I spoke with Investigator Rhoda Glasgow and asked her if she was comfortable, as we do on multiple occasions, entering an establishment in an undercover capacity, which would mean unidentified as an ABRA investigator, no badge out, no going in as a patron into a location.
And what happened after that?
She said she was totally comfortable doing it. Obviously, safety is always a concern for us. So she was comfortable doing it. She's experienced. So she instructed me that she advised me that she was going to go in and do so. So the next I heard, I was from that point on, I was in communication play by play about what was going on.
And then what was your next interaction with Investigator Glasgow?
At some point when she was inside, I believe she had to go to the restroom to call me because of the noise in the establishment. And she advised me what was going on. She told me what her observations were, with which she reported in her report. And she stated that, she wasn't obviously she didn't plan on going out to a establishment or nightclub. So she wasn't necessarily dressed for the occasion. So I'm sure she did stand out, and she did draw some attention to herself, which she pointed out to me. So at that point, of course, to blend in when you're undercover, that's what you do. And I advised her to go to the bar and order a drink.
And then what happened after that? What was your next step?
It was the next interaction was she had the drink. She felt like she was being being watched because she was by herself, possibly because how she was dressed, and just she wasn't a regular obviously to Kiss. So I advised her to consume the alcohol, to take the one shot of Patron for two reasons: one, to blend in, and two, to confirm in fact that it was alcohol that she was given, even though she was told by the server it was Patron. And I also instructed her to order a second drink and not consume it, to continue to blend it in undercover capacity and retain that drink if possible.
And then what happened after that?
Well, once those steps occurred, I started to coordinate entrance myself, because at this point, I felt like we had enough evidence to show that the establishment was operating or serving alcohol past the approved hours, and noted that several other mayor's order violations were observed. So for additional manpower and safety, regularly I contact the MPD local commander or district commander who's on duty to send in officers to assist us at a location. As you know, ABRA investigators are not armed and do not have powers of arrest. Therefore, I like to ensure the safety of my investigators when we're doing an operation. So I contacted MPD officers to assist, waited for them to arrive on scene. I met with investigators Zolakafer Puente and MPD officers, and we then approached the establishment.
And did you enter the establishment?
Correct. It seems that at some point, MPD's vehicles, MPD did not pull up in a discreet fashion. They had their vehicles parked in an alleyway right up against the front door of the business. So as we walked up, after a few seconds of being at the door, the owner opened the door for us.
Objection, sir.
What's your objection? Sorry, I mean, the witness is testifying. Go ahead.
Okay, the MPD, he said the MPD approached in a discretion way.
Mr. Asbach, you're going to have an opportunity. Why didn't take some notes?
Okay.
You're going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and during cross-examination, you can further explore that issue, sir, okay?
Sir, okay.
All
right. Supervisory Investigator Peru, you testified that you, Investigator Puente, Investigator Zolkofer, and MPD entered into the establishment. What happened after that?
Well, just to clarify, I directed investigators Zolkofer to go to the other entrance, which I call the rear door, on Florida Avenue with MPD, to go to that back door, and then Puente and the sergeant entered through the front door. And we entered inside. I immediately wanted to look for my investigator to make sure she was okay where she was at. I spotted her, kind of gave her a look or a nod that she's good, she's done. And I immediately headed towards the rear door because I was advised by MPD that they had officers back there and the door was locked. So obviously for safety concerns, I went straight to that back door to try and open it myself.
Were you able to open that back door?
I was not. The back door does not have a hand type of mechanism deadbolt. It has a key to unlock it, and there is no push bar as well. So the owner was following right behind me, and I turned to him and said, "Hey, for safety concerns, this door needs to get open." And there was a little more of an exchange in that. And finally, he had to call somebody to come to him. Then he told them, "Hey, open this door." They had to go retrieve the key. Then they came back, and then the door was then opened.
And then what happened after that?
Everyone was in the establishment, and I started to speak to the owner and advise him of the violations that have occurred and were witnessed. I did not reveal at that time that I had an undercover investigator inside the establishment, which is obvious for obvious reasons. We conducted an inspection and investigation of the business. Yes.
In Peru, what did you observe when you entered the establishment, and what were your observations?
I observed patrons and employees not wearing masks, social distancing not in effect, plexiglass being used as barriers when it has not been deemed as a suitable means for a barrier. I observed alcohol shot glasses on tables, some clear, some brown in color. And I observed individuals engaging in hookah, people standing around. I mean, the observations, to make it maybe simplified, in my experience, and it appeared that we were not in a COVID state and under a mayor's order guidance. It looked to very simple as a normal event was occurring, and it was normal operations is what I observed. Well past 10 o'clock. I mean, we're looking at probably 11:30 at that point, give or take.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Asbach, it's your witness, sir.
Sorry about that. I would have to ask Ms. Investigator Jason Perro. Investigator Perro, have you been to KISS before?
Yes, I have.
How do you describe KISS?
As a nightclub and hookah establishment.
So on your report, you said that it seems to be like normal times before the COVID. Does it compare to KISS the before COVID? And you know yourself, and you've seen it yourself. So you've said it to me on the report that this, I mean, like, can you compare the KISS before pandemic and now? As you stated that it seems to be like normal times.
I was simply making a comparison to the fact that individuals were standing and not seated. Is it as busy as you have been in the past? Absolutely not. Was it as crowded as you are doing normal operations? Absolutely not. However, did I observe over capacity of the 25% allowed it? Absolutely, I did. Did I observe people standing when they shouldn't have been and drinking? Absolutely, I did.
When you come in, was the door locked? The front door?
I did not. When I walked up to the door, you yourself had already been.
Yeah, was
I
it?
did not observe. You're not letting me talk. I did not observe the front door locked. I did not physically pull on the front door myself.
But investigation says that you say the door was locked up and nobody can come in, or no premise. That's what you said on the report.
That's not what I said in the report. That's what investigator Glasgow reported and observed.
Or did you call fire marshal?
I did not.
Who called fire marshal? Did you appear to see fire marshal that night?
MPD decided to call the fire marshal.
Do you talk to the fire marshal?
I did.
So what did you observe? What did they say?
The fire marshal stated that by the time he got there, everyone had majority of the crowd is cleared out and the doors were both open.
On your statement, you said that you have 4 investigators with you and you ask for backup. Do you feel unsafe coming to KISS?
Like I mentioned, our investigators are not armed. For our safety, anytime I'm entering a location that's after hours, especially if I have someone inside and the doors are in fact locked on a business, I call MPD. I may call the fire marshal myself for backup, but for safety, absolutely. The number of ABRA investigators does not take away from the extra safety of having MPD on hand.
Did you check the other exit in the back?
What other exit are you referring to, sir?
KISS Lounge has 2 exits. You only see one exit, which says that I cannot let customers from outside. That's what my settlement agreement said.
Where is the other exit located you're referring to?
On the establishment, on the other side, by the kitchen, there's an exit that's open and people can live there.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that exit. I was not aware of that exit. I have never seen it used.
Okay, in my settlement argument, you can see the door has been attached, and you can see the architect on the plans of the establishment. There is another exit. I just want to say to the thing, to the investigation history, that to what I said. Did you ask the fire marshal? Did you have a report of the fire marshal?
Nope, I did not obtain the report from the fire marshal. It was not needed.
Did you ask Investigator Glasgow to take a shot?
Absolutely, I did. I told her to consume the alcohol in undercover capacity. Absolutely.
Do you believe that one shot can impair her or mislead her judgment?
I do not.
No further questions, sir.
Are there any questions by any board member for Supervisor Investigator Peru?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Investigator, thank you for the excellent report and the excellent work your team did on the evening of January the 29th. Forgive me, we've been a little busy today, and so we've been up for a while. So forgive me if I seem a little halted at times. These violations that you observed, especially the one with the door on the Florida Avenue side, you testified that there was no panic hardware or panic release bar on the back door, so that it's required by law and by code, no one could get out unless someone with a key would have let them out. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And it was locked when you got there and before the fire marshal arrived. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Can you describe in your testimony, to the best of your knowledge, knowing you're not an expert, what could happen with the bar being crowded or over capacity with no panic hardware and having to use a key to get out should something happen at the front entrance on T Street?
Sir, it would be catastrophic and dangers to the public. A fire that would happen, a shooting could occur inside, a fight, people could be trampled by one another, unable to exit the rear of the establishment. I'd hate to see that anything like that ever happen.
Okay, one last question. Speaking of a shot, does the history of this establishment have any to give you a reason or anyone in law enforcement or in inspections worry about arms being inside or persons being of carrying dangerous weapons inside of this particular club?
Yeah, yes, sir, definitely. There was a previous incident of a cannabis pop-up event that occurred and a shooting occurred. There was a case report generated. Shell casings were recovered. That is a heightened security measure and safety concern for us when we visit a place that has had a violent act take place. Yes, sir.
Thank you, investigator. Again, please forgive me. If I sound a little halted, but your testimony is invaluable, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions by any of the board members? Mr. Asbea, any questions of Mr. Peru based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short? Remember, it's based on the questions that Mr. Short asked.
Yeah, Mr. Pedro stated that there was cannabis and shooting inside the establishment, which is completely false. I want to ask Mr. Pedro to confirm if he saw a cannabis inside or a shooting inside the establishment before that happened.
I'm referring to an incident that occurred that's been documented in ABRA records, that MPD initiated a closure of the business that prior to this incident that we're talking about today, of an incident where a shooting occurred. That's what I'm talking about.
Was there any evidence that occurred that there was a shooting inside the establishment?
I'm not going to get into the evidence detail about what the report was generated. MPD investigated that, not myself.
Investigator Pedro, you just stated there was a shooting inside establishment and there was a bullet found. That's what you say.
I said, correct. I said there was shooting on or around near their establishment and a shell casing was recovered. That's my knowledge of the shooting. I was not investigated by an MPD.
No further questions, sir.
Mr. Louis, any questions based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
No, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Investigator Peru, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. You are dismissed. Thank you very much. Mr. Louis,
Thank you, sir.
does the government have any other witnesses?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Does the government rest at this juncture?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Excuse me, Mr. Esbea, now is your chance to, I am sorry, to present your case. Do you have a witness you wish to call?
Mr. Chairperson, could we
Yes.
just do a brief recess just to
All right, it is 3:50. It is
final break.
3:50. It's 3:50. We will go off the record until 4 o'clock. And I'll have the board can return to executive session. So we're off the record until 4 o'clock and the board can go into executive session. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. We're back on the record. Mr. Azbeha, do you have a witness you want to call?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask that some of my witnesses only speak Amharic, and there's no relevancy because the investigator of the January 27 is not there as a witness. So I'm gonna just pass it and do my exhibits.
So you're not calling any witnesses?
No, sir.
Are you going to testify?
If I have to, yes.
No, you tell me what you want to do. Do you want to testify?
Well, testify means like, do you want me?
Do you want to give your side of the story?
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
What do you want to? How do you defend yourself, sir?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. What's the question you want to ask?
Can I use the exhibit from the AG?
You can use whatever exhibit you want. If you need, I'll ask Mr. If you you want what you want the case report?
No, I just want him to play the 3 videos so I can explain better.
So why don't you? So you want him to? All right. So which video do you want first?
3 of them. The first one. First one.
Okay, Mr. Louis, can you please play the first video, please?
Stand by, Mr. Chair. I have to give him.
All right, thank you. Do you want him to play the whole video, and then you'll explain or tell us what is it you want? Because the video is what 13 seconds. So what do you want him to play the whole video, or what is it that you want?
I want to play the video, sir, like Mr. Chairman.
All right. So the videos. So the videos.
Can you pause it? Can you pause back?
Well, why don't you look at the numbers and say what second do you want the video to be paused at?
Oh.
So let's play the whole video and then
okay.
Pay attention to what second of the video you want him to pause on.
That one.
Why don't we pause and go back to 5 seconds, please, Mr. Louis? This here?
Yes.
All right.
So I'm trying to explain myself that I'm really concerned about this, like bad times, the COVID-19, and as much as I can, I try to make Kiss Tavern as safe as possible to the public, to my employees, and to my customers, and to everyone who's involved. As you can see from the video exhibit, it says that there's signs on the floor, there's signs on the wall, there's signs by the table. And I make sure on this video that each table is divided, and I'm really concerned about the privacy of the group that come into the establishment. So this video will show what the concerns I've been taking through this whole year. I think it was last year, yesterday was a year. So can you play it again? On this video, it shows that on the floor, on the table, there was like not more than 6 people on each table. And we highly saying that people, before they come, they make reservations and they have to get reserved and they have to be less than 6 or 6 before they come in. And on this video, you can see there's nothing that can show there's more than 6 people on that table, on each table. And I would like to ask to play the second video.
Just one moment.
Thank you. On the back, can you back, but it's 3 seconds from 1 to 5. As you can see, that's me in the back with the mask and a Keys hoodie and a jacket. It shows that I'm really concerned and I'm wearing a mask and I make sure my employees wear a mask. And I've been, from day one, I have parents, my dad and my mom living with me who are older than 80 years old. And I'm really concerned about it. And every time I make sure this place is safe for public and I make sure the place is clean and safety to the public. And you can see I'm wearing a mask in the back. Can you play it again, please? And you can see the place is empty and you can't even count more than 25 people. You can see everything. You can see the hallway. Everybody is, this is the best thing that can happen in a lounge, to my concern. I've been to different lounges. I've been to, and as you can see, there's like a lounge that had 400, 300 people, well, worse than me. And you can see, can you go back? You can go see my back. One of my staff, who is a Kiss shirt, has a mask on her face. That one, that's one of my employees. You can see her wear mask. Keep going. She's coming. She's approaching you. You can see that blue mask. Same as Investigator Glasgow has. You can see her. You can put what she is approaching towards Investigator Glasgow. Keep going. Keep going. It's okay.
The video ends after that.
That's enough for me, sir.
Okay. You want to go to the next video?
Appreciate it. You can go to the next media. If you don't mind, that's enough for me, though, because on the next video, you can see people, especially the customers, walking with masks. That's what it shows. You don't see anybody without a mask.
Did you want me to play the video or no?
It doesn't matter. If you want to see it, you can see it. You can play it. I just don't want to waste my time or your time, because I hold you all this time. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm trying my best to prove that. Can you pause it? Can you pause it, please? Go back to the first. You see one of my customers, on 2 of them, wear a mask, and I make sure that each customer, as much as I can, to prevent and make sure the place is safe. And it's been safe since day one. We never had issue. And I'm really concerned about it because I have kids. I have 5 kids, and I have my mom, my dad living with me. When I go back home, I make sure I'm safe to my family. You can cut it. You can go. That's it. That area, you can go back to that area if you want to, because earlier Investigator Glasgow claimed that go back to the bar. That's what she said. It's not a bar. That's a table. The bar is all the way to the end, and you can play it. You can play all the way. That one, and that's the table. That's not a bar. And it's just a table, high chair table, and everybody's supposed to see. Like, you can see the bar empty. Can you pause that? Can you pause that, please? Pause it, please. Go back a little bit. Yes, you can see the plexiglass on that, on the bar, that you cannot, there's no bar service at the bar, and the bar is blocked. And the mayor's office, the mayor's order says that you cannot stand by the bar if a bartender is working behind the bar. There's no bartender working. You see me, it's me with a mask and going back and forth, but we don't have a constant staff or a bartender staff that sits there all night serving people. You can see the bar is empty. Investigator Glasgow claimed that the bar was giving service, and you can see there's plexiglass that blocks the service. It's not convenient to serve. It's not convenient to talk, and that puts me. That's all I can say on this video. Appreciate it. Moving forward to my exhibits, I would like to show you exhibit number 3 that has been approved.
All right, let me ask you a question. Do you have the ability to share your screen? Do you have the exhibits on your computer?
I presented all these documents to.
Listen to me, sir. Do you have them on your computer to share your screen?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, sir.
All right. So, all right, Miss Andrews, can you give him the ability to share his screen so he can play these the videos that were disclosed? So just give him the ability, Miss Andrews, to share his screen, please.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, stand by.
I thought you said, so what is it that you want to share with us? What are we looking at?
This is a DOH approved that on March 4th, February 4th, after the incident that happened on January 27th and 29th. It's a full inspection been done by the health inspector, Joyce, and health inspector Jamal, that Kiss Tavern is safe for the public and passed all the supervision that's been taken. And you can see all that I have evidence too that shows Kiss Tavern is safe for the safety of the public, and there is no danger by, it says the signature here, which been created inside the establishment. That's the proof that I have. That's legitimate from the government. That's the first thing I'm going to say present. And on exhibit second, I would like to show a video on the January 27th that happened.
Mr. Abessa, you still have the rights. You can share your screen.
I'm trying to share. I want to show. Do you want me to just play it and keep quiet, or do you want to move forward?
I don't know. I don't know what this is, sir. So you're presenting.
This is the incident that happened on January 27, which the IG or the government didn't want me to present, and I would like to present that so you can have like what's going on the investigator styles and the harassment and targeting everything. So I would like to play this video. And that one of the investigators, I've been told, I've been following all this CDC guidelines on the mayor's order, while the investigator himself was not following the rules and regulations of the mayor's order. And I would like to play it. The investigator was not wearing a mask, and he was spitting on the floor in front of us and employees. And it shows that my concern too about this. So I would like to play this video, please.
You are so
I know.
Keep lying to me. Keep lying to me.
I don't have to.
Why did I knock on the door and the door not open?
We're closed.
When I identify myself as Abra, the door opens. Yes or no?
We're closed. We're closed. We're supposed to play at 12. We're closed. Nobody's here.
So why are people leaving? Why was someone drinking when I looked in?
When? Tell me where. Tell me.
God, I love when you lie to me.
I know, it's okay.
I love it. It makes me feel so
you
good.
always tell me I'm lying. Okay, no problem.
What do you meant? Calm down and talk
No.
Because I don't appreciate when I am dishonored
I understand, but just
by
calm down.
lies.
You just calm down and talk to me. That's what I'm saying. Right?
John, the last time I confirmed there was nobody here. You guys tell me in court.
So why those people? Why are those people?
Do you see anybody leave that way or this way? Anywhere?
Yes.
Do you see anybody here?
I saw people leave out your back door.
Which back door?
That back door.
Prove it to me. Prove it to me. You're trying to force me.
Who's the board gonna believe? Who's the board gonna believe?
Always you.
Sean Fiorentine or you?
Always you. Always you.
Bingo.
Always you.
This tavern?
On this video, shows he was not wearing a mask, and you can see it next video that he was spitting on the floor.
I don't mind shutting you down. We'll do this again.
Oh wait, we do it again.
Tango, foingo.
Okay, no problem. No, Sammy. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to calm down
He's a good guy. Don't worry
because one of my friends was telling him to calm down and talk to him in a manner, in a respectful way, in a professional way. In fact, you saw him. We were in without a mask, and you can see him that he was.
Don't worry about him because you disrespect me.
It's okay.
Me? When you lie to me. Sammy, because I'm tired of the excuses. Sammy, do you know what excuses are like?
I understand that, but I'm saying like if you just talk to me politely, you don't have to just.
No, we're beyond that.
Okay, no problem, bro. John,
we're beyond that. This behavior. That's what you take. The board grants you this license.
John,
what do you do with it?
What time you got here?
2.
12 o'clock.
12:15. I knocked.
You show him spitting on the floor in front of us.
Music was playing. The music cut. Lights kind of went on. People kind of looked. You were kind of guessing. Lights kind of went on. People kind of looked. You were kind of guessing. Couldn't cover both exits. Slipped out the back, which I saw. I ran them down. And they told me, yeah, we came out the back.
You can believe whatever you believe, but it's up to you.
Who's the board going to believe?
You
with your history.
Always you. Always you.
Yeah, because this is a dumpster fire of violations.
Okay, that's what you believe, but it's okay.
It's not what I believe.
It's okay.
You can't seem to go a month without breaking the alcohol laws.
It's okay. It's okay. Do whatever you want. I'm just going to let you do whatever you want.
Hey, Bianchi.
No problem.
Oh, Sammy. Yep.
I don't understand why you acting this way. That's what I'm saying.
It's okay.
Because you think this is a game. Sammy, you think this is a game.
Sammy. It's okay.
Everybody on night.
He's not wearing the mask properly. He's not covering his nose. And at the same time, he's accusing me of me not following the guidelines and everything. And you can see the way he was very disrespectful, unprofessional, and as a matter of fact, he was accusing me of doing or violating the mayor's order. So I would like the board to see this and consider it.
All the other established.
So I'll move forward to that. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1.
You said you have another exhibit. What's exhibit 1?
I'm going to show you, Mr. Chairman. Just give me 1 second. I'm not good at this, but I'm trying my best. Exhibit 1. Can you see that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, what is exhibit 1? I mean, I can. It says exhibit 1. I don't know what it is. What is exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 shows that. Hold on. Can you see it, sir? Can you see the paper? Is it visible?
I can see the paper. I don't know what it is. That's why I'm asking what is it.
It shows how unfair being treated by the administration. I don't know what to say. I'm not a lawyer, but it says that on this, you can see all the ABC licensees, of which are there are like 80 of them, what had a chance to have a verbal warning, a written warning, and a fine. And I was the only one referred to IIG to show cause hearing by the board. And it shows that I've been unfairly treated by the administration. I should get the same privilege as the other establishments. You can see most of them had verbal 3-4 times verbal warnings, 3-4 time written warnings, and you can see the fine. But I've never had any incident. I've never had any privilege or chance to get those written warnings, verbal warnings for the whole year when it comes to COVID. And I would like the board to consider that I've been safe and I've cared about this COVID-19 or this virus. And I've been trying to do as much as I can to prevent unsafe atmosphere at Kiss or Tavern. So I would like the board to make the fair judgment that I should be given a chance. Not, I've been suspended for 35 days. I think that's enough consider the situation I had. So that's the only thing I can say that can show you, Mr. Chairman and the board. And you've seen that I have 4, like exhibit 4, which is already showing you that I'm really concerned about this pandemic. Should I make a closing statement now or later on?
Later on. So are you done?
I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so now Mr. Louis will have an opportunity to cross-examine you if he has any questions of you.
Just some very brief questions, Mr. Aspa. You were present at the establishment on the evening of January 29th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you allowed undercover investigator Glasgow into the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And there is video footage of you wearing a mask?
Yes, sir.
And there was also video footage of you not wearing a mask?
There's none of them that does not wear a mask. I didn't see it. Mr. Lewis.
And then after investigator Glasgow left the establishment, ABRA investigators and MPD officers entered the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And supervisor investigator Jason Peru was one of these investigators?
Yes, sir.
And he went to the back of the establishment on the Florida exit?
There's 2 exits by Florida, sir.
And Jason, investigator Peru had testified that that entrance couldn't open, or that
there's 2 exit and the entrance that after he asked us, because our settlement argument says we cannot let people inside through Florida Avenue, which is by DCRA, we are allowed to do so. So we make sure that door, nobody comes in, because prior to this incident, we have issue with the investigators telling me I cannot let people inside that door except to exit. And I told them, this door I can open it once to, but most of the time it's open. So because we were closed and I opened the other door to exit, So it was safety concern was not an issue because there was another exit in the establishment. If there is hazardous or any incident to happen, I make sure my customers are safe exit on both doors, on both areas. There's this T Street, there's Florida Street. So the both exits are open.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewin. Mr. Asbar, I just want to follow up with you. You said that you were suspended for 35 days. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And when were you suspended for 35 days?
From up till March 9th till now.
So you said what date? What?
On that says on the 2nd on 9th, on the February 9th till now.
And why were you suspended, sir? Why was your license suspended?
So I asked my lawyer by the time, Mr. Rich Bianco, and he told me he's going to work with the government or with the IG to do a settlement or IC or a hearing date. And he said, just lay low and I'll give you the hearing date or I'll give you the IC. Then I waited 2-3 weeks and I kept asking him, you're my counselor, please. I need this. I have to make a living to my family. And recently I signed a mortgage and a loan purchasing that property so I can be financially stable. And I told him, can you please help me? And he said, okay. I waited for a month till March 3rd. He told me he can no longer represent me after I waited a month. And I told him why. He said he cannot say anything. It's for his own conflict of interest. And on March 4th, I emailed Miss Martha and Mr. Louis to give me a hearing date because I want to know why am I suspended. I want to know what's going on because for a whole month, there's no response that was given to me.
So you don't know. So you don't know why you were suspended for 35 days?
No, I know what's suspended, but I was closed for you to ask me why I was suspended because the government thinks that the place is unsafe for public. The COVID.
Since in the last year, approximately, do you know how many times that an ABRA investigator has been to your establishment?
I've been telling you, Mr. Chairman, since day one, more than 500. I can count it within 5 years.
And do you know why? I'm just asking why would an ABRA investigator come to your place over 500 times?
Mr. Chairman, if as much as they visited me, I could have get like more than 200, 300 violations. But I'm a person that knows and stays in this business for 8 years, and I know what's going to happen and what's going on. And every time they come here, I make sure I'm doing everything right. But as you can see on the video, there's interactions that with the investigators because every time I do right, they tell me I'm doing wrong. And you can see it on the January 27th on the video incident that the people from I respect Mr. John Ferrantini, as a matter of fact, except that incident, but he saw people outside the establishment, outside, which is by the pandemic, we closed at 12. But he saw people outside at 12:10. And he's telling me those people, they have the right to be outside because we closed. And 12:10, they have the right to call Uber or taxi outside. People, just because you see outside, it doesn't mean they were inside. It doesn't mean I was open for them. So this kind of investigations that have been defaming my name towards the board and administration. I know, Mr. Chairman, I've been in the board, in front of a board so many times, but I feel like the investigators are defaming my name and they're not willing to work with me. I know Justin Pierre for a long time. I've never had incident with him. I know all the investigators. I've never had any issues, but for some cases, now till none of the ARBA lawyers can represent me, even if I'm willing to pay, and they say no, like we cannot represent you because we can't. And I've asked probably more than 10 after Mr. Richard Bianchi said he cannot represent me. I asked so many lawyers, and they say no, we cannot represent you because we told we cannot by the administration, and that's why I'm here. I don't even know. Well, just with my experience, I'm here representing myself.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir, Mr. Good afternoon, Mr. Bahia. Good afternoon, Mr. Bahia.
My
It's
name
Mr. Asbeya.
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 That's right.
Okay. On January 29th of 2021, Mayor's Order 004/2021, which all establishments like yours was required to close at what time?
At 12, Mr. Smart.
Are you sure it's 12 o'clock?
Yes, alcohol stops at 10 o'clock. The business closed at 12.
The mayor's order supersedes that. Do you agree? The mayor's order, the COVID mayor order 2021-004 supersedes what your license says. Is that correct?
What do you mean when you say supersedes? I don't know the word. Can you explain? Can you describe this previous word? I don't understand.
Okay. You say your regular hours are what? If it were not for COVID, if it were not for COVID-19 and the mayor's order, what time would you have regular close on January 29th, 2021?
January 29th was Friday, so I have to close at 3 a.m.
Okay. Do you understand the mayor's order?
Yes, sir.
What does the mayor's order say about closing time?
The closing time for during the pandemic or before? You asked me before.
No, I'm asking you
right
during
now.
the pandemic, right?
During the pandemic.
On January 29th. Go ahead.
During the pandemic, the alcohol stops at 10 o'clock, but people can eat food till 12. That's what it says.
Okay, what time on the 29th did the investigator Glasgow, what time did you let her in your club?
I asked her a question. She said she doesn't know what time it was because she couldn't explain. I don't even know what time she came in. She might come after 10. She might come after 10. I don't know, sir.
Were you operating and selling alcohol after 10 p.m. on January 29th, 2021?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
How did Investigator Glasgow get a glass or a shot of alcohol delivered to her at her table on that date, January 29th, 2021? How did she get, after 10 p.m., get a shot of alcohol delivered to her table, which she paid for with her credit card?
Mr. Short, I know Investigator Glasgow works for Abra before, and I know that she was there to do investigations. So I was concerned that make sure everybody's okay, but I didn't see or know that my server or my bartender, whatever it is, give her a drink. I did not acknowledge that.
Are you responsible, even though you didn't acknowledge it, are you responsible for the club and the alcohol that's served within that club, especially when you're present?
I'm always present at that time, and I'm responsible for that. If that happened, I'm like, that's why I'm asking for like excuses if it happened. I don't think it happened that night.
It did happen.
So Mr. Smart, I'm Mr. Short. I'm just telling you, I do not have any acknowledgement. But if it does, I would like to apologize to the board and the administration. It was a mistake, and it was the first time that during the pandemic that happened.
Okay, let's grant that it was a mistake.
Yes.
Are you as the owner and licensee of that business still responsible, even though you say it was a mistake? Are you accountable for your license?
Yes, Mr.
No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Any other questions by any other board members?
So I have,
Go ahead, Ms. Crockett.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On January 29th, when investigator Glasgow was there, she was served drinks after 11 o'clock, it appears. Was there any food being served in your establishment at the time?
Yes, ma'am. We have the best food in town, which is Ethiopian food. And we have wings, fish and chips and fries that we serve all the time. Even you can see on the 27th that it was a receipt or exhibit that says there was a food being sold at the establishment.
Well, I'm speaking specifically about the 29th.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have video that's been shown to us on the 29th. You did not offer us any evidence that there was food. Ms. Glasgow has testified that she didn't receive a food menu. Is your understanding of the mayor's order that you must have food alongside drink, correct?
100%.
So was Ms. Glasgow served food alongside her 2 shots of Patron?
I asked my server, and she asked Miss Glasgow, investigator Glasgow, she wants to eat. She gave me with a plate, it was a menu, and that's I wasn't there because I don't have full acknowledgement of that, because when she comes in, I know she works for Arbor, and I told my server that she works for Arbor and make sure you treat her like, and make sure you do the right thing. And then she said, okay. And I always watch out, and we have food. I'm not gonna just argue with you. We have food. If you go to the website, if you go to if you go to the social medias, we serve food on the 29th before there too. People will come from other states to taste our food.
So is it your testimony that you did or did not serve Ms. Glasgow a drink after 10 p.m.?
As I told you, ma'am, not to my acknowledgement, because I was not next there. I was managing the place.
So you said that you know her, you recognize her as an Arbor investigator.
She's been there.
Right. So did you notice that she was there for 90 minutes?
Oh, well, I didn't count them in the time because I was not doing anything wrong at that time. So I wasn't worried about that. When she comes in, she showed me an ID, and I checked the ID, and I checked her purse, and she had a mask on, but I let her in. And as a professional man, I'm a man, I cannot search her like straight. But I did see her, what she said. And then as the report, the girls behind her, I didn't let them in because they were underage. So on that testimony, there was nobody there.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Sir, I also want to thank you for participating today and giving us your side of the events. I'm somewhat confused about the receipts. It seems you do understand the mayor's order. So you had a server provide 2 receipts for 2 separate shots. Do you agree with that?
I saw that, but the time when she ordered it.
Yeah. So if you are following the mayor's order, there should have been at least 1 food order on one of those 2 receipts.
Yes, sir.
So what steps have you taken since that, when you became aware that this server did not follow the mayor's order, what steps have you taken to make sure that all receipts have a food item because they cannot get a drink without a food item?
After that, we shut down, but I always encourage people to drink food. And I would do, prior to the investigations, I have videos, and when Jason Perry and everything observed that there was food on the table, and I give her a warning, she cannot serve liquor or alcohol without food. I would like people to eat, and we had a meeting with her. We had a meeting with the staff that she cannot do that. If a customer walks in, most of the time we do reservation only, but sometimes if it's like you say, it was empty, the place was empty. People say, Investigator Glasgow said it was people, 25 people more, and I'm really concerned about that. I'm really concerned, and I would like to have a staff meeting, and I had a meeting with them that they have to have a menu, and I have to have a food on the table while they were serving liquor. I completely understand that.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any questions by any of the board members? Mr. Louis, any questions of Mr. Asbaugh based on the questions that the board asked?
No, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
All right. Before you close, Mr. Asbaugh, I know the board members asked you questions. Do you need to further explain anything before you close? This is not closed, and I'm still going to give you an opportunity, but I know that they had asked you questions, so do you have any explanations based on maybe, do you want an opportunity to further elaborate on any of the answers you just gave to the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is it? You said yes or no?
Yes, I'm trying to make it brief. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm a person that very responsible, that supports the family, and I'm really concerned. I'm really, really concerned about the safety of the public, and I've been doing that since day one. Even your own investigators appreciated, like John Valentin came when I first opened. I did the outdoor seating. I spent a lot of money to do outdoor seatings. I even asked the board, the administration, to give me a rooftop application. I applied that, and I'm willing to do or follow the mayor's order for for the safety of the public. And I'm a man who admits a mistake. If I made a mistake, I will admit that, and I have the consequence for that. And this is the first time through the pandemic, while the whole city was given excuses, warnings, verbals, and I was the only one left and sent to IAG. And if I made a mistake, I don't know if it's a closing, I will apologize. It was an honest mistake, and I would like the board to give me a chance.
Now I'm going to give you an opportunity to do closing. So this is not closing. Normally,
just for the investigation, I'm just explaining that some of them are not exaggerated, some of them are right. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. I'll still give you an opportunity to do a closing. All right. So as you stated, you don't have any witnesses you want to call. Is that correct?
It's not necessary, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So do you rest now? Based on, all right, fine. Mr. Louis, do you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, very briefly. Today, the government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that it is more likely than not that the licensee's operations present an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public, DC residents. The government has met this burden by presenting evidence that showed that the licensee violated 23 DCMR Section 810 and 3 of the mayor's orders, 2020-075, 2020-080, and 2020-119. Accordingly, the government has met its burden under DC Code Section 25826. We heard from Investigator Glasgow that on January 29, 2021, at approximately 11:15 p.m., she approached the establishment in an undercover capacity. Her undercover work showed that the licensee, Mr. Aspa, was personally involved in permitting the sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages after 10 p.m. in violation of the mayor's orders and this board's rules. It was Mr. Aspa who let investigator Glasgow into the establishment after 10 p.m. And it was also Mr. Aspa who failed to ask investigator Glasgow for any information that would satisfy a contact tracing system. We also heard from investigator Glasgow that once inside, as she observed patrons and staff walking without face masks, patrons consuming alcoholic beverages, staff serving alcoholic beverages in shot glasses, patrons smoking hookah, and more than 6 patrons seated at a table. All violations of the public health emergency rules and orders. Additionally, more than 25 patrons were inside the establishment in excess of the 25% of the establishment's occupancy. She also determined that the music was above a conversational level, and she herself purchased 2 shots of Patron that evening. And these findings were all supported by her video recordings. Investigator Glasgow, we also heard from Investigator Glasgow that ABRA and MPD eventually arrived and that the establishment understood their conduct that night was prohibited. And for instance, a male employee immediately started picking up shot glasses and placed them in a black bin. He was rushing Investigator Glasgow to consume her drink. However, Investigator Glasgow was able to secure this as evidence, took it back to the agency, used an alcohol testing kit, which showed that it tested positive for alcohol. We also heard from Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru. While ABRA investigators and MPD officers entered the establishment, Investigator Glasgow exited. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru noticed that the back door was bolted and locked and asked the licensee to unlock it for the safety of patrons. He also observed numerous pandemic violations, including that the wait staff were not wearing masks, patrons standing at the indoor bar, and sales, service, and consumption of alcohol after 10 p.m. The evidence the government presented, when taken as a whole, shows that the licensee violated several requirements of this board's public health emergency regulations, including, and there are 15. Number 1, patrons in excess of the indoor capacity. Number 2, on-premises alcoholic beverage sales, service, and consumption after 10 p.m. Number 3, placement of indoor tables within 6 feet from one another. Number 4, no menu containing prepared food items. Number 5, no requirement to purchase a prepared food item. Number 6, more than 6 individuals seated at a table. Number 7, patrons waiting outside while not 6 feet apart. Number 8, music above a conversational level. Number 9, service of alcoholic beverages to standing patrons. Number 10, standing at the indoor bar. Number 11, seating at the indoor bar while being staffed and utilized by a bartender. 12, wait staff not to wear mask. 13, patrons not to wear mask while waiting in line outside of the establishment. 14, no reservation system. And 15, a lack of social distancing amongst patrons. The government has therefore met its burden and asked the board to summarily revoke Kiss Tavern's license under DC Code Section 25826. The licensee's disregard for the health and safety of DC residents merits this severe penalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Mr. Asba, this is an opportunity. It's your closing argument, so you can close up your case. Close the case and tell us what it is that you want the board to do, sir.
All right. So I'm not a lawyer, but I'm trying to do my best to make it short. So as you all know, I've been suspended for like 35 days, and I couldn't be able to hire a lawyer. And so I'm here today that I completely understand how awful this time is. And I have seen a lot of people lose their lives and their works. and because of the COVID-19. And I approved that on my exhibit, on my video, that when I opened pandemic, that I showed you that the lounge has made enough restrictions, enough concern about this, and I try to separate plexiglasses from each table, and I make sure those tables are 10 feet, which I put it in my exhibit for, and I completely blocked the bar so they don't have any interactions. As a matter of fact, the mayor's order stated that you cannot serve or stand by the bar if the bartender is there. There was no bartender, there was no interactions between the staff, and there was nobody standing by the by the bar, and you can see it. And on when the investigative glass didn't approve or have a proof that says there was no 6 feet between tables, and there was no capacity 25%. She only said there was only 25 people, more than 25 people. It can be 26, it can be 24. And as exhibit showed that the place was empty. And in addition to that, a DOH came, did an inspection, full inspection. And right after that, and they told us we can do the hookah, and we have to do the hookah, and now we have to get fined. And they closed the business. We closed it. We make sure there was no hookah in the establishment, and we get fined. And after that, they came back and inspect the whole premises and make sure that place is safe for public. And we reopened back before this happened, before the summary suspension. DOH came after the incident that we did this, and we make sure that we followed the CDC guidelines. They approved, we checked, and as I did before, that DOH inspectors, I did exhibit 3. And the harassment is obvious. You saw the harassment being going on and the unfair judgment. I'm not a person who is hostile, or I'm not a person who's trying to make a false statement, or is trying to have a negative impact on the administration, on the board. And I would like to have a smooth relationship with the investigators, with the board. And I tried my best, despite the fact that the investigator was trying to respectfully and professionally talking to me. I was trying to calm down. I was trying to handle it as much as I can. And I just want to say my closing statement is that I'm here today to ask the board to give me a chance with their fair judgment that 1 month suspension is enough, and it's killing my business, and I can't feed my family, my 5 kids, and my families and employees cannot feed as well. During these difficult times, I've seen a lot of business closed and a lot of people lose their job. I'm sure the board and the public don't want another business to shut down. And recently, I signed a loan mortgage to purchase the property. It would be hard for me to pay the mortgage, the SBA loan, and everything. And I'm here, the board, to ask the board to give me a chance with their, I'm here to prove the board, the public. I'm here today to prove the board and the public that Keith's Tavern is safe for public. And I will do anything to make sure that my staff, and I will follow the mayor's order and the CDC guidelines like we have been before. And I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board, for your time.
All right, I want to thank the parties for their participation today and their presentation. And so let me close this case, and then I'll state what the next step is. The board will take this matter under advisement, and pursuant to Chapter 25, 826C, we will issue a decision within 3 business days. So I believe that the decision will be issued. You'll receive a written decision by close of business on Wednesday. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 CMP 00008 Kiss Tavern for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting in the ABC conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. We're now adjourned for the day. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And as stated, by statute, we have to issue a decision within 3 business days. And so therefore the decision which will be issued by close of business on Wednesday. Have a great day. Thank you very much. And we are adjourned. And I'll now direct that the board members return to executive session. Thank you. All right, David.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.